the brand new GRIDX here, just 20 minutes away from the airport of Luxembourg. And the match that we will be following, as you can see, is Polish powerhouse Wojciech Szewczak versus Mika van Berkel, representing the Netherlands. Wojciech, of course, representing Poland. The game we are playing, as you can see here, it's 10 ball, alternate break, 2 breaks per player. And what a fascinating matchup we have. On one hand, we have here Wojciech Szewczak, who's won the lag, who is our, well, most recent EuroTour winner, because of the first installment we had in this year was in March, just well, a little less than 2 months ago in the Turkish Open, where he won the trophy. That was an 8-ball event. Of course, now we have a 10-ball event, so slightly different. It just goes to show that this man is well and truly in form. Well, Mika van Berkel, he is a storming talent, and well, I did some research on some of his results, and well, you could really say 2024 was his most fruitful year. And you know, many would consider 2024 as a breakthrough year for Mika van Berkel, and perhaps the beginning of what many believe could become a glorious career in the sport. In terms of EuroTour, couple of last 32 spots. Now in the first installment of the Orange Forks Open, which is, like it says in the title, an open event, just like these EuroTours, where you have quite a lot of these players partaking. In the first installment, he went all the way up to the final, where he lost to Petri Matikonen. And in the second installment, he reached the last 16. No, that was wrong. That was the quarterfinal. So he's also brimming with confidence. Be interesting to see which of these two players can get off to a good start. It is, of course, a race to 7, as Wojciech played that beautiful combination, bank combination. Have a look at the angle. He's left himself on the 2. Absolutely perfect. Have a look at this. This is worth a replay. What a great shot that was. Straight off the big bat, showing his intent. We're going to watch two players playing the game as it should be played, in my humble opinion. Playing the right shots, attacking when you have to put the foot on the gas. That 7 ball clearly passes the 10. And he's left himself a natural angle to come away from the side rail. He would prefer to have some sort of an angle on the 8 after this shot. Yeah, that looks perfect. So Wojciech started this run with a super creative bank combination, and also managed to leave himself perfect shape on the 2, and the rest, as you can clearly see, made light work of it. Beautiful start. And if this is something to go by, we're in for a treat, folks. Because one thing is for sure, he's not going to miss this 10 ball. It's going to be 1-0 in favor of Wojciech, and he's got another break coming. Worth another look. That beginning shot, absolutely amazing. And the natural pathway to clear the rest of the table. Second break by Wojciech. Interestingly enough, the first final in an EuroTour event by Wojciech was all the way back in 2012. Mika van Berkel would have been 5 years old by then. Probably played his first handful of shots on the table, if he could even reach the table. So there is clearly a deficit in terms of experience, which is not uncommon, of course, when you have a rising talent versus a very established player. But this is the first glimpse of Mika van Berkel at the table. Not really faced with the easy opening pot here. I mean, he can take the one on, but there's no real guarantees that's going to land on the 2-ball. So I think playing safety in mind would be the best bet here. He's called the bank, just past the 7-ball here. What a great shot that is. That is truly spectacular. That's worth another look at. Have a look at this. Cue up in the air, not just the 4. And somehow he's on the 2, and it does cut past the 4 and the 10. That is absolutely genius. Still needs to make this though. Not as it intended. Puts up his hand because that 2-ball went in off the 10, but he's still at the table and he's still got a chance to run the rack. As often the case when you have these talented youngsters, very, or perhaps I should use the word supremely confident in their putting abilities. Let's not forget, Mika van Berkel in 2024 won the World Junior Championships, which is absolutely a remarkable achievement in any sport. To crown yourself world champion is something to be extremely proud of. Unfortunately, that 3-ball didn't really threaten the pocket. This was the key shot in the rack, and he seems to have played this to near perfection. Maybe a little funny angle on this, because if it was have been dead straight, it would have been a straightforward run through. Now, he doesn't want to get too close on the 9. And he could spin it in, and once again, the pace is played to perfection. Wojciech is clearly in good stroke. Plays the game to a ridiculously high standard, which is no surprise why he's been very successful in the sport. Takes a 2-0 lead, converts both of his breaks. However, in the second break, Mika did have a small chance to nick it. It's now his turn to see whether the break will be fruitful. Some of the highlights of the second rack, this beautiful bank shot. Even managed to pot the 2, but that 3 ball proved too difficult, and the rest was history. One ball down and a shot on the 1. I think, even though it's very thin, I think he should be able to hold this. Now, if he feels like that is too much of a twitchy shot, because he can't slam this in, he could even opt to go up and down just to, well, attack the 1 positively. The moment you try to hold the cue ball on these type of shots, you normally miss it thick. And that's exactly what's happened there. He's missed it thick, and I think he has left an edge, and he has. That's painful. So that was a good chance, even though the opening shot wasn't straightforward per se. That's always the case when you have to play a shot ultra thin and you're trying to hold it, you miss it thick because you're cutting the ball, and if you hit it too slow, it doesn't transfer the energy that is required. It'll be interesting to see whether he wants to land low on the 4 ball or draw the cue ball back in between the gap of the 8 and the 6. Yeah, I wouldn't really call this low, but to have an angle to send the cue ball on and off the side rail, the left side rail that is, of course. Another thing worth mentioning, in these races to 7 with 2 breaks per player, you really need to be careful, because when a player starts off the match like Wojciech was clearly in good stroke, and you can tell that by his cue ball control, very, very neat. You can easily go 4-0 behind without having done too much wrong. So you really need to be careful, and you need to stamp your authority on the match as soon as possible. If you leave yourself with too much work to do, you're basically relying on mistakes of your opponent, and, well, if the first 3 racks is something to go by, Wojciech is not in the mood to present his opponent with any sort of free opportunities. like a surgeon going about his business. 3-0. The scoreline will be after this straightforward 10 ball. Mika really needs to halt the train here. By Wojciech, otherwise that train is heading towards Poland without any stops. Could do with a break and run. First things first, of course, can he pot a ball off the break? 3-ball down. Very difficult cut, and I actually wonder if that 1-ball cuts from this position. Would be a brave shot to take on, and perhaps not the right shot to take on. I believe playing safe is the right shot here. Mika's come around to have a look at the path of the cue ball. He's trying to avoid the 8-ball and send that cue ball off 2-3 rails to behind the 10 and the 5-ball here. He's hit the 7. Clearly not safe, as you can see. Now Wojciech could attack the 7 here. The only problem with that is you're not guaranteed to leave yourself a nice shot on the 1 unless you're playing this pocket pace, which would be pretty gutsy, but he's called the 7-ball. So it's a long straight bank. Any contact with the 7 and it's going to drop, of course. It's all about pace and line on this shot, I feel. The line is good. How's the pace? Well, I mean, there might be still a possible jump on here for him. But it's not a sitter. Not entertaining the jump. Feels like an important segment of the match, this. Doesn't feel like Mika can afford to lose this rack. If he's going for this 1-ball, which is definitely missable. Well, he's going against it, and I think he's nailed that position on the 2-ball. Looks to be glued on the 2. Coming off the short rail from the short side is, well, long rail actually, but from the short side is very tough to judge, particularly if you're playing with pace. And I'll tell you what though, he's played that to absolute perfection. Did get the full contact on the 1 and, well, judged the pace to perfection, as I said. Mika will have to come off the side of the 1 here. Worth another look. So we always tend to focus on breaking and running the table, but being able to play these type of kick shots to that precision is equally as important, and is probably why he's now getting this chance. Mika with a wry smile. I think he's left a gap here, which is very unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunately, Mika could not afford to lose this rack, you would feel. Still a lot of pool to be played, of course, but 4-0 behind against this man in this form was asking for problems. It's hard to see anything go wrong based on this layout. Was quite an interesting shot choice there by Wojciech. Preferred to spun around the 9 and the 10 and once again nailed the shot. Like I said at the top of the program, Wojciech is, of course, the only player that has tasted victory in our very first EuroTour event. Just a little less than 2 months ago in the Turkish Open. And seems to be playing absolutely beautiful. Mika now in deep waters. He's just having to hope to get some sort of a chance on Wojciech his break. Right, here we go. Second set of 2 breaks. Cue ball got kicked by 2 balls up table. Therefore, he doesn't have an easy opening shot on the 1. Managed to pot 1, 2, 3 balls off the break, which is very good. Now there is a bank shot on, but how do you get easily on the 4 ball? Perhaps trying to lock up his opponent with a nice safety shot is the way forward. He'll be disappointed to have grazed the 9 ball there. If that 1 misses the 9, the escape becomes significantly harder. I think you can just see the edge of the one. Very nice by Mika. That was not easy by any means. To get the right contact on the one over the long distance requires excellent cueing, and excellent cueing that was. A two-rail escape here by Wojciech. Or is it the one railer? I think it's going for the one rail, isn't he? No, it's two rail. Well, you could hear in my voice I was a bit surprised, because if you're playing this with two rails, there was no way he's going to avoid running into the 4 and the 10. So you basically have to make the one. If you don't make the one, hitting it from the left side, you know, you're always going to leave it. So that return by Mika, which was a very hard return, has actually developed a chance for him, and it's one he has to take. And immediately he's left his cue ball in an awkward position. Just half a revolution further would have been ideal, but now that 9 ball is in his way, and that 8 ball is slightly in his way as well, because, you know, trying to incorporate backspin on this becomes even more difficult. Nicely done this by Mika van Berkel. Almost to the point of no return, and well, maybe we'll see it back in the highlights of this rack. That safety return by Mika van Berkel has created this chance. And you can't see it here. He had a long, straight, thin cut on the one. Managed to get it safe. Wojciech took on that two-rail escape, left it on, and this has been the result of it. Magnificent by Mika van Berkel, and just in time, you would feel, unless Wojciech can convert this break. 5-1 is a very steep mountain to climb, but 4-2, still a lot to play for. It was a solid hit. A couple of balls threatened to drop, but everything stayed up. And well, from this camera angle, you would feel that he can definitely get through to the putting angle on the one. But that's not the end of that. How does he get position on the two ball? He's come around to have a look at the putting angle, so he will be going for this, but again, it's tough to play position on the 2. That's a pretty decent second prize. I think he's got a straightforward hook behind the 5, or has he? He can hit it just full enough to go around the back of the 5. He should create a good chance. No, actually use the 5, but he's glued the cue ball next to the side of the 3 ball, which has made the 1 rail escape very, very difficult. Might have to come off the top rail here. These are tough to judge. Well, this time, Wojciech getting a good rub of the balls here. Could have easily left that 2 ball on. Good escape, has to be said. This was not easy. Was relying on a bit of fortune, and that double kiss on the 8 ball has made this possible. Needs that 6 ball to come to his rescue, and judging by his body language, I don't think he has. Well then, it was very straight and a collector's item there by Wojciech. Did not see this one coming. A lot of unwanted side, or perhaps wanted side, but it didn't get the contact on the 2 to pot it in towards the left side of the pocket. Once again, a very important visit at the table by Mika. Yeah, I was about to say I'm wondering if he is considering to, you know, develop the 9, and he was, but you have to be absolutely guaranteed to make the 4. Try to play an advanced shot, and he could pay the price for it now. It's easy to criticize a player for the shot selection. I don't think it was the wrong shot per se, but that's the risk you take. If you nail it, you're the hero. If you miss it, well, you're the jokester. If Wojciech pots this 4 and gets shape on the 5, he's favorite to pull further away. And in it goes, and he's nicely on the 5. Cue ball has come off the bottom rail a lot more square than he was intending it to be. Now, it's not all bad news, of course. He has plenty of angle to work with, but this shot is now a bit more challenging than it should have been. Safely in, and yeah, it always looked like it right from the start. He only had one error in this match, that long straight ball on the 2-ball in the beginning of the rack. Aside from that collector's item, Wojciech has been very, very solid in the match. Particularly, he's not overhitting any shot. He's just playing it smooth, letting his cue do all the work. Though, yes, he's made the putt easier by bidding pretty straight on this 9, but can he force an angle here? These middle pockets are tight. What a gift this is for Mika. I mean, if you're being very critical, you could say Wojciech should have left himself a bit more angle on the 9. As you could see, he was pretty straight, so he had to play that with a bit more pace, and well, there's your answer. When you play them from that angle with a lot of pace, even though I do feel like he hit the right part of the middle pocket, the pocket does not accept the ball into the sides with that pace. We'll shortly see the missed 9 ball. This was the shot. Have a look at the 6 and the 5, both threatening to drop into the middle pocket, but close means absolutely nothing, of course, in pool. Wojciech in with another chance to expand his lead. This positional shot from the 3 to the 4 will be a bit more challenging, not straightforward. See, the line was perfect there, but overhit the cue ball. I don't think he's going for the attack here. Wow. all you can do is smile in disbelief, because a player from his caliber to go straight into the middle pocket from that is very uncommon. All of a sudden, some of these small errors have crept in by Wojciech, and Mika really needs to punish him. And he's got all the talent in the world. So it wouldn't be for a lack of talent. He just needs to tidy up with his cue ball. And do what he does best, is pot balls and clear the table. So Mika will capitalize on that. Glaring mistake has to be said by Wojciech. Needs to be careful. Took out the balls before the cue ball was stopped. Now Wojciech is not the type of player to make a fuss of it. But he did take out the balls before the cue ball stopped rolling, and you could be warned for it. And not just warned, it could easily be called as a foul if the match official would be there present. Have a look at this. That cue ball is not stopped rolling and he's already taken out the balls. Luckily, no player made an incident out of it. But I've seen this happen in the European Championships, as both players have taken a timeout. It gives us a chance to see what's been going on the other tables. Now on our other featured stream table, table number 2, Marko Jovanovic taking on Simon Kural, Polish contingent. That's 3-2 in favor of Marko Jovanovic. Viktor Fortunski tied at 4-all against Tiziano Russo. And also today the women's EuroTour has started. Silvia Lopez from Spain, 4-3 up against Katarzyna Wesłowska from Poland. Nadine Schröd from Germany, 3-2 behind against Ina Helvik. Julia Tarka, 4-3 up against Emeze Kukurica. And Andrea Klasovic, 3-4 behind against Alvaro Coninga. And lastly, but not least, Dominic Regli, 6-5 up against Valentin Schmitz on table 18. So he's on the hill. This is what's coming your way for today. Some of the matches already confirmed. One way to make sure you're not going to miss any part of the action, because I can imagine some of you might be watching this from a different part of the world than Europe, is to subscribe and make sure you turn on that notification button. So as soon as we go live, you have the option to watch all of these matches on table 1 and 2, completely free with live commentary, multiple camera angles. If you're a pool fan, I'm sure that's worth a click on the notification button. Both players have returned to resume the action here. Mika van Berkel with his final set of 2 breaks could, and in his mind, should tie up the scores after having trailed 4-0. Can he make a ball on the break? It's not been completely fruitful just yet for him. Yeah, a couple of clusters on the left side of the table. He has an opening shot on the 1, but doesn't look like the type of angle where he can send the cue ball towards the 2 and the 4 there. So you could wonder if there's any value in taking on the 1, considering that the best option you would have is play a safety off the 2, so you might as well play safe off the 1 here. Obviously, when you play safety off the 2 ball, you're immediately solving a problem of the table, which is okay. I mean, perhaps not the best safety he's ever played. By hitting the 6 ball, he's also sent that 6 ball towards the cluster. So this rack far from being over within 1 or 2 shots. Nice attempt by Wojciech, and he has found the cover partially. I say partially, I thought Mika for sure would hit the 1. Funny enough, he's played that shot with left spin. Have a look at the cue ball. As it comes off the bottom rail, it goes towards the right, which means from his point of view, he's playing that shot with left spin. Now there is a small chance for Wojciech to attack the 2, 4 and the 6 cluster here. It's not without any risk, but sometimes you have to take a risk to be rewarded maximum. No, didn't see the value in that shot, and he's gonna play safe here because I don't think the bank shot is on. Send the cue ball in between the gap of the 3 and the 7. Perhaps use the 7 or the 10 ball for that matter. Just about the line and the pace here. Has he overhit the cue ball here? Can Mika see the right side of the 2? Maybe just a sniff. I think he can, you know, because he's come around to have a look at the path of the cue ball after it hits the 2 to come in between the gap of the 6 and the 4. Oh, that is requiring a lot of precision. Yeah, that was always going to be a tall order. Now, his only possible saving grace is This positional shot onto the 3 ball is definitely not a guarantee. In fact, with this angle, he's pretty much forced into running into the 7 and the 3 ball to try and make something happen. That is, of course, if he's attacking the 2. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot that is. Played to absolute perfection. Fabulous. All these great putts were made possible with that great opening ball. He potted the 3 ball, or the 2 ball, I should say. Nudged the 7 just out of the way of the 3 ball and make this clearance possible. Excellent play here by Wojciech Szewczak. This is the shot I was mentioning. Perfect contact onto the 7, nice shape on the 3 ball, and the rest was a formality. Great play. And a strong response after having made a couple of unforced errors. Managed to redeem himself. I'm sure he's happy that for that 1 ball not to drop into the top left. Otherwise he would have had nothing on that 2 ball. Now at least he has a chance to play his cue ball into a better area and try and attack the 2 ball. Or if he doesn't fancy his attacking options, play a good safety. No, pretty much back into the same spot. So a nice, easy tuck up behind the 4 ball should be the order of the day. That's a mistake. And that can prove to be a very costly mistake. Should have at least made sure to hit the 2 ball. Ball in hand is the worst case for any pool player at this level. Well, I've just used the word mistake. I think that's a mistake as well. Wasn't intending to run into the 10 ball. I find it hard to believe if that is the exact position he's played his cue ball in, but he's left himself an angle to develop the 4. So who knows, maybe he did play the nudge on the 10 ball, but one thing I do know is he wasn't looking to leave himself hampered on the cue ball by the 10. And where's that cue ball heading? Ooh. Just managed to stay on the table. Incredible scenes. Look at this. It looked almost certain to drop, but somehow managed just to hit the point of the middle pocket. And he's still on the 4 ball. It makes a massive difference, of course. Now he's massively favored to go 6-3 in front, and sure, we've seen Mika win 3 racks in a spin, but he would need 4 to win the match, and Wojciech has another break available to him after this. Rack is finished.
We start the next round with the following matches. On table 3, Dominik Jaspratzak against Tomasz Kaplan. On table 4, Antonio Joachim Morera Barbosa against Dimitri Hugo. On table 6, Virgil Massager against Hubert Robotko. On table 7, Karl Nackberg, Yuri Pisklov. On table 8, Christina Grimm, Sinem Köpten. On table 9, Shirin Bollery, Lena Primus. On table 10, Matusz Wilk against Juma Dörner. On table 11, Michael Zaga against Jakub Krobot. Table 12, Roman Hübler, Kelvin Washburn. On table 13, Revo Mayode, Jaroslav Pollack. Table 14, Tom Penrose, Radoslav Babica. Table 17, Benjamin Belhassen, Ike Andono Echeverria. On table 18, Jan van Lierop, Fatjon Lanche. On table 19, Fabrizio Ingrasci against Jorge Gonçalves. Have a short practice, 1 rack each, and start your match as soon as possible. Thank you.
So Wojciech 6-3 in front. He could finish off this match right here, right now. After the break, if he can get an opening shot, I think he's got good odds to clear the table. Wow, 2 ball and a 4 ball threatening to drop. Still managed to stay up. Have a look at the 2 ball here. And then the 4 ball. This one ball does seem potable. And that 2-8 is also a good option. Needs that cue ball to travel though into a pretty narrow window. Not without any risks. Yeah, that's too hard. Or is it? Surely not. Well, he's trying to take on this cut back 2-8 combination. Would you believe it? It's too short.
Next match from table 15, David Salma, Niklas Dor. David Salma, Niklas Dor, table 15.
So this is Mika's final hope. But somehow getting shape on the 6 after putting the 5 ball is going to go wrong. Otherwise, he's going to send towards the loser's bracket. And he's left himself a perfect angle to send the cue ball towards that first diamond past the middle pocket. And just like that, although he's slightly overran it. Would have preferred to be a bit straighter on this, but he can still hold the cue ball, draw it into the center point of the table. Maybe he can even use the side rail as well. Yeah, he's addressing the cue ball high. Too bad by Mika. He's had chances in this match. A couple of loose positional play and a couple of unforced errors. And also, this man has been playing pretty well. Just an odd few mistakes, but overall a very strong performance, and he will prevail. Wojciech Szewczak will see Mika back in the losers bracket. Our next match is scheduled at 11:30, so that's only 20 minutes from now. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to see you back on our next matches. Bye for now.
Nothing after the break for you. I gave you some chances, but then here like some bad safeties. Yeah. I started pretty good. If I continued, it would be like okay. I made some easy errors. I was very lucky with this. How it goes sometimes. I
King
take
of
positive.
table
It
one.
stays full, you know. What a surprising choice for a team name. You play often against each other yet lately.
Yeah, I know. So the Bundesliga just played. Pretty fun.
previously. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can do it.
I'm
Hey.
I'll be shut usual.
I think I know what's gonna happen.
You know? 60 seconds after the break, 35 per shot, 25 extensions. If you need to stop the time, just
It hasn't changed from yesterday, right?
nope. I didn't change it. But maybe I'll for tomorrow. So check. Oh, sorry. What's that?
That is okay to people touch the line.
It's not.
I don't know.
I thought that the most part of
Most
the
part,
cable
okay.
needs to be outside.
No
But
idea.
we can ask if you want.
Oh no, I don't care. I mean, I'm just curious.
Oh, okay.
knew it before, that's why I go here. Smart.
This cushion, yeah?
When I lagged, I made it like weird sound. You roll it.
Yeah. Good. There's nothing we can do with this at this moment. You're both going to have to play it tonight and we'll have to have a look at it. This is more job than just okay. Down. Okay. This is a little bit more of a job than just the 5 minute thing. You both aware of this, okay, with pleasure, before talking. And tonight I have to take you apart. Then this is more of a 5 minute job. Is that okay, guys? Okay. Thanks for your understanding.
Good morning, pool fans. You're back live with another fantastic matchup between two extremely talented left-handers. Daniel Maciel taking on Joshua Filler. Winners round 2, as you can see. What a treat we have. Both of these players can play anywhere near their potential, which we secretly do expect from them. We're in for a thrilling match. Daniel Maciel won the leg, got the action on the way. Filled for the ball, and Joshua can cut this one ball in. Tough to get nice position on the 2 ball. So much so he's opted against it. He's played the safety, and I think he's left the gap, you know. Yeah, there you go. Daniel Maciel stormed to the European 10 ball championship title, winning the final with a donut as well, a little less than 2 months ago in Turkey. Joshua Filler. I mean, do we really need to name the amount of titles he's won? He's won actually everything there is to be won in the game. He's very much so in his prime. Man, it was a very difficult safety return and it's gone all wrong. He's not been particularly fortunate with that 8 ball. In a different day, could have been tying up the 7 ball perhaps. Right now, as it is sitting, that 4-5-8 combination seems like an absolute guarantee. So Joshua's got a great chance to take the first rack. Would be a steal on the break of Daniel Maciol, set of 2 breaks. Needs to make sure that he hits this 8 ball full enough to control the 5 ball. Joshua is typical fast paced around the table, making light work of his. Takes the first rack. Clearly in good form. It is most often the case with him. You see some of the highlights in the first rack. Pretty unfortunate, you could say, by Daniel Maciol. Failing to make a ball on the break. Just managed to leave the gap. Well, I say that he has to take the jump cue out of the chair, and well, we know how good this man is with the jump cue. It's all about getting the right part of the two, give himself the best chances, play position on the 3. That's exactly what he's done there. Have a look at this. Great shot. I wonder if he feels there's any value in developing the 5 ball here. Doesn't have to risk that. A 5-9 combination looks pretty makeable.
Extension.
Extension.
Normal.
The next match on table number 2, Mateusz Snigoki, Jakubas Silakiewicz. Mateusz Snigoki, Jakubas Silakiewicz, table 2. Have a short practice, 1 rep each, and let's start the match. Thank you.
You know, sometimes the play itself is so neat and perfect. There's not a lot you can add to it. This guy is really well and truly part of an elite club that is very easy on the eye and always entertaining to watch. Need to jump the 2 ball. 5-9 combination was the key shot, and the rest was a formality. Good take on the 2 into the top right. It's a big pocket with that 8 ball sitting there. And funny enough, that 4 ball is actually a guideline. If you know if that 2 is just going narrowly past the 4, it will always be very close to dropping. Yeah, didn't see the value in that shot. Chose the safety instead. And like always, play to perfection. Perhaps not always, but most of the time.
Extension.
side to side shot, but failed to get the cover. He's left Joshua with a bank shot, called it immediately. This is the type of bank shot you would fancy Joshua to make 9 times out of 10, if not even more than 9 times. No hesitation whatsoever for him to call the shot. Purposely used the 4 ball, and I think that 4 might just go past the 8 ball. He's got a little bit more angle on the 3. Could, if it doesn't go past the 8, or if he does not fancy the combination 4-8, play a different position on the 4. Slightly overrun that though, which means it's a bit harder to get close on the 6 ball. Is he looking to pot the 4 off the... Well, no, he's called bank. Well, there you go. It's all for the positional side of the shot. What can you say? No ball is safe with this man at the table. It's quite as simple as that. Didn't have to take on the bank. Again, did not hesitate for a second. And he's off again, pacing around the table. That is among all of his weapons, and I can go on for days how many elite weapons he's got, but I think his best attribute is the ability to change the score line so swiftly that even if he is behind, even if he's struggling, as soon as he finds that spark, within 10 or 15 minutes, he can overturn 4 or 5 racks so quickly that you don't even know what's hit you. Something that all of the greats and the dominant players in Q Sports have in common. That ability to reel off 4 or 5 racks or frames in a very short amount of time. Excellent clearance there by Joshua Filler. All started off by this beautiful bank shot. Another bank shot here. Last of the first 2 breaks. 5 ball might just drop. Oh no. But even then so. No opening shot on the 1 ball. It didn't get a good hit on the 1. My cue ball hit it on the thin side, on the right side from where he was aiming. Daniel already so soon in the match in a spot of bother could really do by winning this rack just to stop the momentum. Joshua is the impeccable front runner. You never want to see him settle in a match. Safe to say that was not what he had in mind. I always say when you play the top favorites, the big stars on the TV table, where they will be playing majority of their matches more often than not. Task, not to say in terms of difficulty, but the game plan is pretty simple. You have to play near your best stuff just to pose a real threat, and you just know they will show up and they will play to the standard that we are all used to seeing from them. This might be just dropped in. For example, Daniel Maciol has not had the best of starts in this match. A couple of small errors, not glaring mistakes, of course, but when you're playing a guy like Joshua Killer, any sort of chance you give away is magnified. For example, in the previous rack, he was playing the safety, the side to side shot, left himself a bank. That was the end of the rack. This time he's tried another safety, left him an open shot. And it's looking like Joshua will punish this, although this 6 needs a bit of care and attention. Not the perfect angle per se. We've seen these pockets are very tight, so you need to be very accurate on these type of shots, particularly if you're playing it with pace. Boy, was he accurate. Never touched the sides. So unless something extraordinary happens, Joshua will take a 4-0 lead. Daniel Maciel really needs to convert his second set of 2 breaks just to get a foothold in this match and to communicate to Joshua, I'm not gonna roll over just like that. You'll have to earn this. Daniel with a successful break, but having to jump with 1 ball. He wants to keep running the table. And even then, so if he does make the jump, how does he get on the 2 ball? There's your question. He's not going to. Sorry, there's your answer. He's not going to jump. Yeah, there you go. It is dead straight. So not only a jump required, jump with backspin. Try and see some sort of an edge on that 2 ball. That's why Joshua's giving it back, because sure he'll probably make the jump, but I don't think he's going to land on the 2 ball. Make no mistake, if that would have been the putting angle, the way he hit the one, Joshua would have taken on the jump. He's called the straight bank here into the top left corner pocket. This is essentially to go 5-0 ahead. A great shot. He really is one of a few players who really bamboozle you. Make no mistake, Daniel Maciol is an excellent player. Very, very intimidating by his own right, but this guy has just made a career of steamrolling players. And that's mainly to himself, how good he plays the game. Not entirely happy with the position here on the cue ball. I wonder if he can play shape on the 4 on the short side. So that would mean send this cue ball just past the middle pocket. It's not without any risk on the right side of the table. That 4 ball does put into the bottom left corner pocket. Yeah, he has taken the line, and the line seems to be good. So this is the type of shot that you really need to cue well, because he wants to send the cue ball up and down the table for the 6 to the side. But I think he's slightly helped by that middle pocket, you know. See, normally, if you play this tight on the rail, you have, I would say, a little less than 10% of the cue ball that you can address, just like with this shot. But in this shot, he doesn't have to power it in. In that previous shot, that middle pocket came in handy. Well, he had too much angle on the 6, so he did have to play this with pace. No problem whatsoever, as you can see. That's actually the first glaring mistake in terms of positional play by Joshua. He'll be the first to admit that was not his best shot in the match. But surprising how he's ended up there. Hoping for a mistake can be a very disappointing game when you're playing this man. And just like that, with it, well within half an hour, if you count out away the time it takes to re-rack the balls, 5-0 ahead, just 2 racks away from the win. Extraordinary player. At this point in the match for Daniel, it's all about making the scoreline look as respectable as possible. Right now, I think he'll fancy winning this match, but as long as he can just get a few racks on the board, who knows, maybe a few errors might creep in. Doesn't want to lose out 7-0 here, even though Joshua Filler has played near perfect. Well, in fact, he's not missed a pot, so he has played perfect. But it's not to say that Daniel Maciel hasn't had any sort of a chance in this match. It's just been very tough from the get-go for him. Been put under a lot of pressure. Joshua not even fully out of his chair, just at a quick glance. Not interested in this tough jump. Great jump by Daniel Maciel. Not completely out of the woods just yet. That 6 and a 7 does require a good positional shot, if not even a little nudge to try and develop them. And it's not per se made this an easier rack for Daniel. He tried to play the aggressive shot there, the positive shot, but the window on playing position on the 6 has been equally tight, if not even tighter. So that cue ball probably needs to pass the middle line of the table. We're drawing a line from side pocket to side pocket. A similar type of angle where the cue ball was sitting on the 6 ball. Well, he's playing a two-way shot. Nicely thought out. A 3-rail bank. The cue ball close to the 7. So did him out the best he could do from that position. Joshua's called the 6 into the top right corner pocket. But he is looking at a 1-railer, so that's going to be... Oh, sorry, he didn't call a pocket. He was just explaining to his opponent that it wasn't frozen on the rail. Now this 6 does pot into the bottom left corner pocket, but it's not a absolute hanger. You can see the hesitation on Daniel's face. This one you feel like he has to go for. He's not going to win this match by playing safety, that's for sure. Well, that's drifted. That's drifted. That's 100% drifted. If you look at that in the replay, the moment that 6 ball was on its way, it looked dead center. Have a look at this. Well, no, not this camera angle. In the camera angle we watched it live, it looked in the center of the pocket, and then just towards the end, it's just crept towards the left side. That's very unfortunate for Daniel. And Joshua Filler now on the brink of going on the hill. Well, I say that, I probably jinxed him. Has a miscue. And I tell you what, he's been pretty fortunate not to leave a straightforward shot and position. Could have left Daniel with something a lot easier than this 7. It's just one of those days for Daniel. His opponent is playing supremely well, and the table seems to be favoring the top favorite for the event, Joshua Filler.
Tension, tension. Tempo. Doesn't count.
Excellent shot by Joshua. That's the best he could have done from that position. Send the 7 twice across. Nearly got the full cover as well. I think he's left a couple of options here for Daniel. Wonder if he's going to go for the attack here. Perhaps not. Well, he did. I just failed to see him call the shot, but he definitely went for it. And after having had to suffer that onslaught, he has a chance to put his first rack on the board. Just this positional shot from the 9 to the 10. And it should seal the deal for him. Well, it's not going to be a straightforward shot on the 10 ball, that's for sure, but it's one where you make him favorite to make it. Daniel at least avoided the donut with some of the great shots played in the rack. Players are back from their timeout. Now have a look at this stat. Joshua Filler, in his illustrious career so far, I mean he's very young still in his career, he's played 15 EuroTour finals and he's won 10 of them. So you do the maths, that is extraordinary. And that's not counting all the other majors and WNT events or similar events to these EuroTours. Unbelievable standard.
One ball corner.
Yeah, that's a mistake by Daniel. This one ball clearly goes past the 7. And it's another chance for Joshua to pull further away. Not left himself the best angle here on the 2, you know. Doesn't want to run into that 9 or the 10 ball. He wants to follow through. Yeah, hit the 10 ball. That spoiled the party somewhat. I mean, he can still cut the 3 ball into the top right, but the cue ball needs to do a lot of traveling now. Well, so much so he's called the bank. He's going to play position on the short side of the 4. Oh, I say short side. I wasn't expecting him to leave it on the top rail, but that's still fine, you know, because he's got an angle. As we see the bank shot here, he's got an angle to put the 4 in his bottom left corner pocket, where he will send the cue ball towards the right side of the table, miss the middle pocket. So Daniel really needs to hope the position from 7 to 9 will go wrong for Joshua. The rest looks almost a guarantee with this man at the table. I think if the cue ball is glued to the bottom rail here, you can see the 9. Now if he has to play the cue ball towards the right corner pocket, bottom right corner pocket, as you can imagine, that's a pretty narrow angle. So he will require some precision after the 7. I think he's pretty straight. Not so sure if this is per se in his favor. And it's drawn directly into the 10, and that's gone wrong. So playing shape from the 7 to 9, as I mentioned earlier, has meant that Daniel is still in this rack and in this match by the smallest of margins, that is needless to say. I wonder if he will entertain a bank shot here. on the 9 ball. No, it's playing safe. Playing the percentages. It always makes the bank shot that bit harder if the object ball is close to touching the rail. And not just the bank shot, of course, it's also the safety return. Joshua looking to play a similar type of shot, thinning off the right side of the 9 ball, send it towards the 10. I say send it towards the 10, he was going full-blooded for this. And of course, of the two players, he can afford taking these types of risks. Daniel Maciel has to come up with a big stroke here. This is well within his capacity, but not easy under the circumstances. Needs to cue this well. And boy, did he cue it well. So that's another rack on the board. Try to chip away from that lead. And that's all he can do from this point in the match. As smooth sailing it was in the first part of the match, now all of a sudden the table is asking the questions of Joshua Filler, and Daniel Maciel is getting a couple of looks in the match, and that's all he could have hoped for. After having been 5-0 down, he has a chance here to go just with in between 2. He has a tough opening shot here though. Wow, I think you can just see the gap to get to the potting angle on the 2. And I can guarantee you, when Joshua Filler was steamrolling him, if he would have played that shot during that period, no chance he would be on the 2 ball. But the momentum has shifted ever so slightly. But you need to make the most out of these opportunities, Daniel. And you know, for a player as classy as him, that 2 ball was never near the corner pocket. Joshua's called a carom on the 3 ball. Needs to play another combination or carom. I think the combination would be the best way forward here. That is, if he is entertaining the go on the attack here. Yeah, overcooked that shot by a mile. I tell you what, he's been slightly fortunate that that cue ball has just bounced back off the side rail for this shot to be very, very tight. And he's a bit limited with his cue ball, because the harder you hit these shots, the tougher they become to pot. I think he's called a cross bank. And unless he's found the cover, which it doesn't seem like he has, it's left a pretty straightforward combination for Joshua. Made the combo, but failed to get shape on the 2-ball. Needs that cue ball to travel. Needs that cue ball to travel. Just came up short. One ball extra revolution on the cue ball and it would have been perfect behind the 7. As it is now, Daniel Maciol, well, in fact, he's called the 2 into the top left corner pocket, so he has a chance to pot this with an element of safety in mind. He has been fortunate. Joshua seems not so impressed by what's been going on the past 10 minutes or so. He was in demanding control, of course, raised to a 5-0 lead. And ever since, a couple of mistakes have crept in. The table slightly favoring Daniel Maciol as well, as a result of some of those mistakes. And here he is, in with a great chance to make it 5-3. He looked down and out at 5-0, but he's now in reaching distance. Would love to land very easy and straightforward onto the 9-ball after the 8. That's why he needs to make sure he leaves himself good enough angle on the 8-ball, which he's done. Perfect on the 9-ball. Just a slight angle. Easy enough putt, but slight angle just to get off the side rail. Look, make no mistake, Daniel Maciol is more than capable of turning this one around. It just didn't look on the cards the way Joshua started the match. Currently, it is 5-3. And Daniel Maciel will have a set of 2 breaks. Needs that cue ball to travel all the way around the back of the 3 ball. That's not the worst kiss he could have had there. As you can see, that 3 ball does go past the 6, but controlling the cue ball is very difficult now. Yeah, I think that's why he is considering to play safe. Don't know whether he can get enough side spin if he's trying to put it into the bottom left. That's why he's going for the bottom right corner pocket. Oh, it's a tough shot, nicely made. We'll have to cut this 4 into the side. At least that's what I believe he's going for. I don't think he has to go for the bank here. He has the angle to send the cue ball around the angles in between the gap of the 5 and the 8. It's one of those angles where he has to make a decision whether he wants to leave himself a little bit thinner on the 6 or play in a different position. Well, when I said thinner, I was expecting him to play on the left side of the table, purely because the 9 and the 8 were always going to be there in his way. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to avoid running into the 9 ball here. Well, no, he couldn't. He spotted the 9 ball and he's had perfect shape on the 7. Made that look easy, but I don't feel like that was easy. Now he's got options here. Either play this with topspin and side spin or draw it back off at least 2 rails. Missable these, particularly if you're playing it with pace. I don't expect them to miss it, but I've seen these type of shots being missed when they're played with a lot of pace. And that's exactly what's happened there. That's a shame. That was a real good opportunity for Daniel Maciel just to close the deficit. Within just 1 rack, but as you could see, that 7 ball Had to be potted with quite some precision. I think he's left his opponent off the hook there, you know. He really had the momentum. Still have another break available to him. And that would be to prolong this match. How costly will that miss on that 7 prove to be when it's all said and done? One thing is for certain, Joshua Filler now on the hill, 6-3 up. After having raised to a 5-0 lead, he's now 6-3 ahead. This opening shot seems to be one of the most difficult ones in this rack. Oh, just a matter of making sure of the pot here into the bottom left. As long as you play backspin or stun, you should always land on the 3 ball. Made that 2 ball with quite some comfort. And there's nothing in his way now to make the scoreline 6-4, which, well, slightly asks the question of Joshua. Of course, he will have 2 breaks on his turn to try and close out the match. Not per se favorable odds when Joshua Filler is at the table, but after having trailed 5-0 and everything was going in Joshua's way, it's still not a bad position to be in. Such a shame in that previous rack he failed to make the most out of it. Otherwise we would have been looking at a 5-all scoreline. That is presuming that he's gonna clear the table here. Did what he had to do there. I'll just have to wait and see if he'll get a chance. Joshua to break for the match. Coming up. Well, I did ask the question, wait and see if he was going to get a chance. Well, there's the answer. Scratch of the break by Joshua, which doesn't have to happen too often. Now, that 3 is pretty occupied by the 6. He can also elect to play for the combination. 3-6 into the side. I believe it does pot into the top right corner pocket. Alongside a couple of other alternatives. First things first, would like to leave himself nice and close on the 2 ball into the side. Well, he's got the wrong angle because he's going away from the 3 and the 6. Now he's got a couple of options here. He can either play around the table, around the angles, and attack that 3-6 combination, or run his cue ball into the 7, take that mid distance long pot for the 3 into the top right. It's just a matter of preference. Now, usually the theory is if you can reduce the amount of traveling with the cue ball, it's the best way forward. And I think he might be okay. He'll have to play at least 2, perhaps 3 great positional shots here. The first one coming up right now, the 3 onto the 4. As you can clearly see, that 9 ball is a massive hindrance in playing position on the 4. I suppose the 5-3, 5 and a 7 hampering his cueing is not ideal either. I think he's just managed to get enough on the cue ball just to be able to see the 4. Yeah, nicely played. And now I'll be very surprised if it doesn't go 6-5. So all of a sudden, the pressure will be on Joshua Filler, even though he's well equipped in dealing with the highest form of pressure.
The next match on table number 12, David Bergen, Maximilian Lechner, Tim Bergen, Maximilian Lechner, table number 12.
But as I said, at the moment where he was 5-0 behind, from that position, his main objective would have been just to make the scoreline look respectable. And, well, he's done more than he could have wished for. It's now looking like 6-5. That's now a guarantee. So whatever happens, he can at least be satisfied in how he's held up his game in the second part of the match. Must be onto something, Joshua Filler, because that's the second time in a match where he's broken off. And have a look at this. He doesn't even hit the one full. The cue ball goes straight into the left side rail. But funny enough, I think he's got an opening shot here on the one. It's pretty steep. But this one, you'd fancy him to make. And if you can drop this in, come on and off the side rail, he has a chance to close out the match. It won't be easy, that's for sure. Keeping the pressure on Daniel with a safety. Nicely performed. Well, Daniel has called the one into the bottom right corner pocket. I think his main objective is at least make contact with the one. He cannot afford to give ball and hand away. And this is a result. Though Joshua might just be able to see the edge of the one here. Honesty, I was about to say he was pretty unfortunate, but I wonder if there is a gap between the 10 and the 9 ball. Well, it's very risky. That looks very, very tight. And even if he can get to the gap, he's highly unlikely to get it safe, the 1 ball. So I think the 2 rail escape is the best way forward. Perfect. Doesn't want that 1 ball to drop. Well, I say perfect. Has he left the gap here? Yeah, I think he has, you know. Wow. For a moment I thought he got away with it, but turns out he has given Joshua Filler a great chance to close out the match. And I do believe that 6 ball does go past the 8, so there aren't really any problems at the table. So his best hope and best bet is Joshua making an unforced error, but it's not the best position to be in when you're facing this man. Is he straight enough to draw the cue ball towards the right side of the table? That would be ideal. Anywhere near his bridging hand right now would do the trick. Yeah, he was comfortable on the 5. Needs that cue ball to bump out a bit further, so he'll have to travel with the cue ball once again. It's not to say that this is too difficult for Joshua, but as always is the case, the more traveling the cue ball needs to do, it can land awkward, but he's played that to perfection. And it seems like Joshua is going to do what we thought he was going to do when he was 5-0 ahead is to win the match. And, well, fair play to Daniel Maciol. He made a fist of it. Could even play the nudge on the 10 ball here. Yeah, that'll be the end of this match. Huge congratulations to what has been a very entertaining match indeed. As often is the case with the man going through into the winner's bracket. Well, Daniel Maciel, he will return into the loser's bracket, but it is Joshua Filler that prevails. Thanks for your time and attention, and make sure you keep an eye out on the stream, as we will have so many great matches coming your way. We're logging out for now, and we hope to see you back for the next matches. Bye for now.
The next match on table number 1, Victor Zelinsky, Mario Hay. Victor Zelinsky, Mario Hay, table number 1.
shot clock and the scoreboard. So you know the drill: 60 after the break, 35 for each shot, 25 extensions per rack per player. If you want to stop the time, call the referee, signal, I stop the time.
After the break, we can use extension or
Yes, you can. And when you call extension, just make it loud, maybe look at me if you can, and I will confirm.
Next match on table number 2, Walter Leitre, Matthias Hartke. Walter Leitre, Matthias Hartke, table number 2.
Very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our viewers on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg, to this 2026 Predator Luxembourg Open, our first to be hosted here in the EuroTour's 20-year history. And what a venue we're at today. The newly opened GRIDX, Europe's first multi-experience venue, a sight to behold. You join us on day 2 of this 4-day event, and we're at the tail end of the winners round 2 men's event. And it's Victor Zelensky taking on Mario Hay. And what a match we have in store for you. Victor already picking up the Mario, winning the lag. And we're off. And what looked like a promising break from the get-go, a scratched white has spoilt the party. The best of results and ball in hand to Victor. Well, that's dangerous. Just having a little look around the table. The 5-ball is dressed up onto the long rail, quite close to the side pocket. Sometimes provide a bit of danger. Victor making his way to the winner's second round through a tough performance against Emile Gangflot. That was actually on this table yesterday, so Victor having plenty of table time on table 1. This is a tough 5-ball on the rail. Played it well. Good opening. Ladies and gentlemen, a dry break from Mario Hay. Victor Zelensky has stepped in straight away and pounced, taking the opening rack. It was Mario that won the lag, so he will get the second of his round of 2 breaks. And quick stuff from Victor, who had a great win here yesterday on table 1, beating Emile Gangflot. So he's had a bit of time on this table, a few more lights and a bit more action going on around here. Collage of his shots. We'll get to see Mario Hay's second break. He'll be looking to get a bit more of a better result. He scratched on the previous. This time keeping control of the cue ball. Much better from Mario. The cue ball was still moving a bit, but was not tracking towards the pocket. It's dressed up quite close to the one ball here. There's no value in taking that one at all. What a safety to play on Victor. Should be a one-rail escape, but nothing guaranteed on what will be left for Mario. The one ball has trekked up towards the 9 ball. It's not available to the top left corner. There may be a chance of a combination on. Yeah, and there was a chance of a combination on. And successfully made by Mario. Mario, such a calm and collected player. He would not know what the scoreline was from looking at his face. Such a natural and lovely flow around the table. He can intimidate opponents quite easily. However, he's up against a tough opponent, Victor, here. Victor already winning a major this year, Super Billiards Expo. So his 2026 is very much up and running. Good response from Mario there. Was key that he picked up a point from his first 2 breaks. He has done, and that will bring Victor back to the table for his first break of this match. 1 apiece in scoreline, race to 7. This for a place in the winners' qualification bracket tomorrow. The loser of this match will have a little bit of a longer journey to take if they're to make it to the finals. But so far, both players looking very good out the blocks. Victor jumping on a dry break. Mario playing a good safety. And the scoreline at 1 apiece. Let's see how Zielinski is breaking. Well, a dry break for him. Now that 1 has dressed up over the corner pocket, but the 4 could be threatening it. I'm not sure it is. Very much looks like it is, especially from Mario's body language. Can he play the short rail first? No, he was able to play it and get shape on the 2. And really, this has been the story of the tournament so far. When players are not making balls off the break and leaving position on the next, it does give the opponents a good opportunity to take advantage. Oh, oh, oh. Lost the cue ball, has come up behind the 8, and that is not a nice position to find yourself in, especially with the way the balls are positioned on the table. Yeah, he's having a good look around. And looks like he's playing the 3-railer here. He's called the 4 to the top left. And looks like he's playing through the gap of the 8 and the 7. 3 rails onto the 4 would be a fantastic shot if he pulls it off. No, wasn't able to, but did make contact with enough energy to contact a rail afterwards, so a legal shot. You have to say a good escape. Now, what is Victor thinking? I've seen a lot of Victor over the past few months out in Las Vegas. Also picking up the Super Billiards Expo Major at the beginning of the year. He has been really enjoying his 2026 so far. Wasn't successful on the 4, was a tricky 4 to take on. And it's tracked back past the side pocket. It looked like he caught the cross bank. It's heading in that direction, but the cue ball is headed in the direction of the bottom left corner pocket, and another scratch. And another ball in hand for Victor, and neither players want to be gifting their opponents in such a fashion, but he felt there was value in going for the cross bank. He wasn't far away from making it. It was a bigger bounce off the cushion than he hoped. Maybe forced to have to draw back here and take a longer 6 on. Which he has done. The bonus being he doesn't really need too much to hold shape for the 7. Just a stun off the 6. Just like that. Victor, with plenty of time on our TV table 1. Had a tough encounter yesterday against Emile Gangflot, besting him eventually, but it was a tough match. And Victor does look a little bit more settled at the get-go here. Yeah, and picks the pattern apart with ease, and I'm afraid ball in hand to either of these players is danger. And that will see Victor take a 2-1 lead, and he'll have the second of his round of 2 breaks. Will be keen to extend it to 3. Really looking to get the break working. Both players keen to. Good cue ball required as well. Over on our other table is the matchup between the Swede Walter Leiker and the German Matthias Hardke. I'll bring you some updates for scoreline, but please don't go anywhere. This is already got the makings of being a fantastic match. The 1 potted the 7 in the side pocket. Could have been the 1 if the 7 wasn't there. But that will keep Zelensky at the table. From here, it doesn't look like the 1 passes the 5. He's called the top left. That could be for a 1-5 combination. In fact, I would suggest from this camera angle, it'll have to be a 1-5 combination. And that's indeed what it was. Unsuccessful. I think both players conscious of that 3-6 cluster. It's going to make it difficult for either player to run out. And that, a purposeful shot from Mario. Was looking to bring the cue ball locked behind the 8. Didn't get that, but got cover. And Zelensky quick out with his Predator jump stick. Oh, a delicate jump shot successfully made. Let's turn our attention to that 3-6 cluster, because I'm not sure he's got much of an angle to work with here. From the 2, oh, a bit more than I originally thought.
Extension.
Oh, he's hit it a bit thick. He's hit it a bit thick. And that will not be good enough. Now, Mario's just come over to have a look. Maybe he fancies that Zelensky saw an angle on that 3. Yeah, maybe the 3's potable to the top right corner. Looking from this camera angle at the right of the screen. And that would be a result, because, well, even still from this view, it just doesn't look on. Well, maybe it wasn't on. Maybe that was a miss-hit from Mario. But it wasn't made, and it's left itself in the jaws of the pocket, or close to. And now, look where the 5 is. It's hampered by the 8 for the bottom right pocket. It's very thin to try and take that on into the side pocket. So interesting to see how Victor approaches position for this. A little nudge on the 6. Or maybe it's not as tight as we thought into that side pocket. But do not be under any illusions. These Predator Arc tables are not forgiving. And they have to be treated with care, as very well demonstrated by Victor there. This is looking good. Need to be treated with care for position on the 9 here. Couldn't have placed that any better. And, well, 2 balls in hand given away from Mario, you would suggest would be the difference in this match, because they're both potting very well. But the scoreline very much in Victor's favour here, takes a 3-1 lead. And we will change over the breaker to Mario Hay. He will now get the next 2 breaks. And by the scoreline, he will be keen to win both of them on his break. Over on our other table is the matchup between Walter Leica and Matthias Hardke. And Matthias currently leading 2-1 over on that table. Some other big names through. Looks like Dennis Graber has won in quick fashion. 7-0 win over Marin Ritsk. And I'll bring you updates of other players that are already through as we get opportunity to. But back to Mario's 3rd break of the match. And no reward. And that's tough for the Austrian. The 1 is available to the bottom right corner for Victor here, but it's an ambitious one to take on. Let's have a little look around the table and see what problems, or rather where he needs to go next. Well, as you can see from this angle, that 1 does pass the 3. The value in taking it on, though, I'm not too sure is there. So looks like he's just glancing off the edge of it. Ooh, that is not good enough by a long stretch. Neither did he get good cue ball, but he's left the 1 out over the side pocket. So chance for Mario here. Oh, a chance not taken. He needed to draw that cue ball back. Another roll at the very least. Good recovery. Oh, I was about to say good recovery with full ball cover, but that 2 looks like it's just leaked on past. It had done. It leaked into a potable position, but that cue ball has taken a couple of unfriendly rubs. And this cut on the 3 does not look to be on, especially with the difficulty of cueing, being so close with the cue ball to the short rail. Came up rather short in his last safety attempt as well, so be interesting to see how he approaches this. He's taken his extension. He's had a good think about this. Oh, he's played a containing safety. Was hoping to get something in the way between the cue ball and 3. Hasn't done that. So no real advantage for Victor from that shot. Oh, he's played a dangerous attempt there at bringing the 3 behind the 7. Wasn't successful with that, and worse still, another scratch, another ball in hand for Victor. This will be the 3rd ball in hand. The last 2 converted to points on the board. Can Zelensky keep this going? Played that very well to get the cue ball out of trouble. A little Brucey bonus. The 7 ball has dropped. And Mario will be sat in his chair thinking about how he could keep giving ball in hand to his opponent, because aside of that, the scoreline could have been a lot healthier for him here at the moment. Beautiful backdrop with the Luxembourg flag in the Predator logo. I do like that. Lovely touch. As I mentioned, the first men's Euro Tour to be held in Luxembourg. 20 years the men's Euro Tour has been running. And it does look fantastic out there for the players and for everyone involved. It's been a great effort. And we have been gifted with some great pool so far. Victor Zelensky getting the spoils. Scoreline now 4-1. Mario with the second of his 2 breaks. But he will not be looking to let this one get broken. A quick look out at table 1 with the scoreline there. Looks like it's still 2-1 to Matthias from Germany. And if you want to keep an eye on these scores, and also scores from the Euro Tour women's event, which kicked off this morning, please do visit EPBF.com, where we have live scores, fixtures, and all the latest news. Now that felt a little bit softer from Mario. Got balls down, but nothing really to attack on the 1. And he's not giving much away. He's summarizing the safety options by the looks of it. And that would suggest he's looking at the aggressive. It's called a side pocket. I wonder if he's trying to play it off the blue 2 into the side pocket to develop that 2-3 cluster. May not need to if it's lined up for a combination. Oh, it's not so much. Oh, well, that's highlight of the day for me. What a fantastic shot to open up the 2-3 cluster. Now, how can he follow that up? Well, so far so good. Gentle draw on the 4 for a stop shot on the 6. Maybe just 2 gentle draw shots. And he's looking in good position here, and what a fantastic bank shot to open up the account. Just eyeing up the angle he wants on the 8 to ensure he's got best opportunity to get back up for the 9. He has played that nicely, and not bad timing, really. This is the last of his second set of breaks. To be 5-1 down at this point would be a real tough hill to climb. But following on from that fantastic bank shot, Mario brings the scoreline back to 4-2, but he will give the break back to Zelensky for the next 2 racks. And just to give you an update of what's been going on today, quite a few big names already booking their place in the winners qualification stage. Wojciech Szewczak is in there, Viktor Fortuński, a friend of the commentating team Benjamin Belhassan, and other names such as Jan van Leerop, Tobias Bongers, Yuri Pisklov, Joshua Filler. He'll be taking on Matthias Snogocki tomorrow in the winners qualification match. There's some big names out there, some of the biggest on the scene. It's going to be a fantastic remaining 3 days. Now, strong break from Victor. Has made balls off the break and has a look at the 1. And a few shakes of the head. Now, just looking at the 4-5 combination from the overhead view, that 4 looks like it passes to the bottom right corner. That will make life a little easier for Victor, getting shape from the 3 to the 4. But this 2 down the long rail needs to be made first. And made. And it looks like he's just avoided the 4-5 to get in the way of his cueing. How's his angle on the 3 to get back up for the 4? And that will work. Maybe a little bit further than anticipated, but it will work. And yes, as you can see, the 4 does go. Ideally would like to just drop this in to try and not lose the cue ball from the 5, but If he feels he's sort of halfway, he may feel he needs to put a bit of a shot on this. Or was that what he was eyeing up? Bringing the cue ball round 3 rails? Avoids the 7. Avoids the 9. Perfect pace. Great shot. He just had a closer inspection of the line he's got on the 5. If he's finished straight, that will certainly narrow down his options. As you saw, he was. So he's had to come up the other side of this 7 to play it in the 9 ball pocket there. Not rushing, calm and composed. That's what we've come to recognize Victor for. Oh, as I say that, he's missed the 8 ball by a margin. And I say calm and composed. The most animated I've seen him of late was playing in a mixed doubles event. And he really was having a lot of fun. It was good to see all the players letting their hair down in Las Vegas. And that Predator event, the mixed doubles, was actually won by Joshua Filler and his wife Pia Filler. It was a fantastic event. But back to this Euro Tour men's action. Mario Hay looking to jump on the mistake from Victor. And a great time to be able to pounce. This to bring the scoreline back to 4-3. And more importantly, to take one against Victor's break. To start getting back into this match and turning the advantage around. So, 4-3. A little look over in our other table. And we'll bring you some updates from the scoreline there. Also, just to let you know, we will have more action coming up for you today. Our next matches will be kicking off at 4 p.m. local time. That's 2 hours and 10 minutes from now, so please set your alarm clocks. As and when we get updates on the fixtures for that, we will bring that to you. And if you want to keep an eye on the scores of both this and the EuroTour women's event, please do visit EPBF.com. You'll get links to all the events. Now, Victor with the second of his set of 2 breaks. The 9 refused to drop in the side pocket. And that will be a dry break. And can this be an opportunity for Mario to bring the scoreline back level? Well, Mario's faced with, I would suggest playing the 1 into the side pocket. Yeah, needed to use that 5 to take the energy out of the cue ball, and perhaps the focus was on that contact and not on the pot. But these are the opportunities you need to be taking. So Victor would like to have been straighter on this 2. I believe he was looking to play the 3 into the bottom right. It is available to the bottom left as well, so still has options. Which he has done. You have to say, this is turning into a lovely opportunity now, and Victor would ideally like to not be letting Mario back into this match and bringing the scoreline back to level. If he can, he'd like to just keep that lead and maybe extend it a bit further here. He's finished nicely on the 5. Could elect just to play a stop shot. If he's got the angle, he could draw it back a couple of ball rolls. Just like that. And doesn't really look like there's much out there to threaten the clearance here. Ooh, ooh. Played well. Nice bounce off the short rail. Just wondering how much angle he's got, if he can hold for the 9 into the side pocket. Was able to hold indeed, and this will put Victor 2 away from victory. So certainly advantage Zelensky, but it will be handing over to the opponent for their round of 2 breaks. And it is indeed, with that, well, not too difficult a clearance, but still needed to be made. Victor Zelensky has got 2 within 7. And as I mentioned, we now hand back to Mario for his next 2 breaks, and you really feel for him. He needs to be getting 2 points on the board in quick fashion just to keep an amount of pressure on Zelensky. Does not want to be letting Zelensky get to the hill. Well, a very good break. The 1 ball took a couple of hits, but has actually stayed center table. And you have to say, one of the better breaks of this match so far. Balls dropping. Good spread. And not too much work to do here for Mario. The winner of this match will progress through to the winners' qualification stage. That takes place tomorrow. The loser of this match will have to play a couple of more games to get to the final stages. So winning this could be the difference between a bit of rest or a few more matches to play. Yeah, Mario seems to have a little angle on the 5 here. He's just eyeing up where he wants to leave the cue ball. He's going to have to move the cue ball around a couple of rails. Off the 8 for the 10. Playing it this way, maybe only one rail. One rail it was. It's travelling down very nicely. And this to bring the scoreline back within 1 again. And as I've mentioned before, you would not be able to guess the scoreline looking at Mario's face. He could be leading 6-0, could be trailing 6-0, would not change his demeanour. But he will be delighted with that and the opportunity to now, with his second break, get the scoreline back to level. He now trails just 1. 5 racks to 4. Just showing a couple of Mario's shots as we bring it back to him for the second of his round of 2 breaks. Oh, he's making balls, but this occasion he's also making the cue ball, and again ball in hand to Victor. And that's really been the difference in this match. It's allowed Victor just to keep out in the lead and keep his sort of foot on the pressure, so to speak. Now this rack is the difference between 5 apiece or Victor getting to the hill. A lot riding on this rack. At the moment, Victor at the table. He's come low on the 2. If he's to take this to the side pocket, he's likely to need to come high on the 3. And in doing so, it just means he needs to get a little bit of action off this 3 to hold up for the 6. With the cue ball going tight to the cushion, that makes it a little trickier. Maybe forced to take on a longer 6 here. We can dig down. He was able to generate draw. And now that's opened up this layout very nicely. Floating up for the 7, maybe around the 8. And this could see Zelensky on the hill first in this match, and it will give Mario a bit of a hill to climb. He's made it and held for the 9. Nothing Mario can do from his chair. Now, does Victor take this in the side pocket or take it long to the bottom right corner? Side pocket is the call. And picks up 2 rails. Nigh on perfect for this 10, and Victor Zielinski has not looked as formidable as he can, but in all honesty, neither has Mario. But what he has done is he's stuck in it, and he's now on the hill first. Scoreline 6-4, and well, I've said it once, maybe twice already. The number of ball in hands conceded from Mario being the difference. And we return to Victor Zielinski with the first of a potential 2 breaks, but he's on the hill. He's breaking for the match here and a place in the winners' qualification group. Wow. The cue ball did look for a while like it was tracking towards the corner pocket, as you see there, but it wasn't on the line for it. But sadly, no balls were on the line for a pocket. Dry break brings Mario to the table, and he's in a situation now where he needs to start picking these racks off. He cannot let Victor in with a good opportunity. He could find himself moving over to the loser's bracket, so what can he do here? Good shape on the 2. No real dangers out there on the table. And that cue ball just rolling a bit further than he'd anticipated on a couple of occasions for Mario here. Has it come too far? Oh, that would suggest it has. A shake of the head and a look to the heavens. Can he masse around? That might be his only option. The benefit in playing that shot is he could catch the rail first, and that will just encourage throwing the cue ball onto the 3, but Mario taking the other option, jumping over the edge of the 5. Speechless. Clean pocket. Position on the 4. Made it look like he was playing with his playing cue. Fantastic shot from Mario Hay. Would really like to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. He's going to have to do it the hard way here, though. But so far, so good. Yep. Has got an angle to be able to come back out for the 7. And this time, better control of the cue ball, not losing it. And a stop shot for the 9. And not much more than a stop shot from the 9 for the 10. And Mario's still in this. It will be Victor to break again. And well done, Mario Hay. Yes, indeed he can. The scoreline now 6-5. Victor still breaking for the match, but, well, if Mario's able to take this next rack, it will be Hill, but it will be Mario with the break. So, this match is getting ever so exciting. Out on the other table, well, that's livening up as well. Walter Leica is now back to 3 apiece against Matthias Hardke. Back to this one. Victor leading 6-5 with the break. Race to 7. Just needs 1. Mario just needs 2. Try break. A bit of a mutter. Look where that one's finished up for Mario. He can play it, but there's a good chance he's taken a chunk of the 9, and there's no guarantees on where the cue ball will end up. The 2, you need to be particular for position on it. Just wondering if he can come underneath and around the 10 after contacting the 9 and come underneath the 2. Oh, he avoids the 9, makes contact with the cluster of the 5-8. And that's brought the cue ball into trouble. And as you can see from that angle, not even an edge visible to the panda. Oh. Well, made contact, was leaving a little bit to the elements, and on this occasion, not so. 3 is in a tricky spot up against the long rail. I'm not too sure if it can be dislodged from the 2. Well, it wasn't dislodged. It does look like there's a small gap between it and the rail. Yes, made it very well. 4 in the same pocket if it passes the 6. And the 9 is blocking the 5 into the obvious pocket from position off this 4, so a bit more work with the cue ball, drawing it back off the short rail. Done very well. This is still not looking a foregone conclusion as of yet. But Victor very much in the driver's seat. And 1 good shot on the 6 ball here to leave him in shape to get from the 7 to the 8, and, well, he could be booking his place in the winner's qualification. Good pot. Angle on the 7. Where that 10 is, just means he can't drop down the right-hand side easily if he wanted to take the 8 into the bottom left. So I suggest he's going to come down this side of it, which he has done. How's his pace? His pace will certainly do, and where the 9 ball is, doesn't need to do too much to get shape on it, but ideally just wants to leave an angle so he can get back round for the 10. And this is great stuff for Victor here. Will not want this match to go hill-hill. Well, in reflection for Mario, he will be looking back over 3, perhaps 4 scratches in total, which I would say would be the difference in this match, because Mario's been playing absolutely fantastic as well. But that will have been the difference, and Victor Zielinski has booked his place in the winners' qualification bracket, which kicks off tomorrow. Mario Hay, well, he's going to have to move into the losers' bracket, and we'll have a couple more matches to play if he is to make it to the final stages. Over on our other TV table, table 2, you can catch the end of the action there. Walter Leica playing Matthias Hardke. I will not give you the score update there. I'll let you find out for yourselves. And we will have more action coming up here on our TV tables at 4 o'clock local time. So it's a little bit of a pause from now as the players have a bit of lunch, and so will we. But we look forward to having you back for more action here later today. Don't go anywhere, and please set your reminders and like, share and subscribe on Pro Billiard TV. It's been a pleasure. My name's Gethin Davis.
Next match on table number 15, Paula Bachmeier, Sabrina Hammer. Paula Bachmeier, Sabrina Hammer, table number 15.
This match is not on production, so you can start whenever you want. There's no